Well, Happy New Year, everyone. Spain's officially entered 2022.
All right. Well, while we're waiting for Zendo, I want to know: is there anybody else that's in 2022 already? We've got Beyond, we've got Zendo. Is everybody else still in the old boring year? Ah, Nicholas, it's good to see you in the future.
Greetings from the future. 1 second. Well, 明けましておめでとうございます。今年もよろしくお願いします, which is what the Japanese say for uh, much felicitations, congratulations on the opening of the new year, and please treat me well for the year to come. This is the future. Greetings all beings of the past. Here it is already the year 2022, when we all have flying cars and jetpacks. Robots rule the world, and man has already reached Mars. No, it's just the same time you're in. But Happy New Year, everyone. And, you know, Zen people have an interesting way of looking at the new year. Everyone's all about Happy New Year. And we go, Equanimous New Year, because I can guarantee you this. I'm sorry to break your bubble. You're not even here yet. But it's going to be a year of ups. It's going to be a year of, middles, a few downs maybe. And what we Zen folks do is go for the ride. It's a beautiful ride, folks. I wish you a year of peace and equanimity and caring. That's what I wish you. And I'm glad that we can go through the coming year together. That's what I'm glad for. And I wish you a year of, it's big to say prosperity, but I wish you a year of being, rich in many things, the things that money cannot buy, So anyway, nothing changes, even though I'm here in the future, but it's the same as we've always done. So we're going to have our little ceremony now. We're going to have a little talk later on a really wild section of Vimalakirti, when my job, me, the great skeptic, the great guy who's not into all the hocus pocus, I'm going to show you the real magic of our way. And why all those wild stories from the sutras aren't what they first appear. And they're really true. So we're going to enjoy that. Oh, I just noticed I tore my sleeve. Well, there's an auspicious beginning to 222. So let me tuck myself in there. There you go. Oops. I'm peeking out. Pretend you don't see me peeking out here a little bit. I'm losing my sleeve. Okay. Anyway, if you've been here before, you know what to do. And if it's your first time, and I don't think it is for anyone I'm seeing, please follow along. How about you, Demetrius? I don't know. You're in the corner there. Welcome. All right, let's go. Happy New Year.
Maka hanya haramita shingyo. Kanji zai bosatsu gyojin hanya haramita jisho kengo ongai kuro isai kuyaku shari shishiki fui kuku fui shiki shiki sokuze kuku sokuze shiki juso gyo shiki yaku bunyo ze shari shize shoho kuso fu shofu metsu fuku fujo fuzo fugenze goku chu shiki muju sogyo shiki mu genni bizi shinni mu shiki shoku mo soku ho mu genkai nai shi mui shiki kai mu myo yaku mu myo jinnai shi muro shi yaku muro shi jinmu ku shumetsu do muji yaku mu tokui musho toko bodai satai hanya haramita koshin mukege ko mukufu onmi sai tendo mu soku gyone hansanze shobotsu e hanya haramita ko tokuwa nokutara sanyaku danbo dai goji hanya haramita ze daijin shuze daimyo shuze mujo shuze muto do shuno jo isai kushin jitsu fuko gosetsu hanya haramita shu soku setsu shu watsu gyate gyate hara so gyate boji soaka hanya shinyo. The identity of relative and absolute. The mind of the great sage of India is intimately conveyed west and east, while human faculties are both wise or dull. In the way there are no northern or southern ancestors. The subtle source shines clear in the light. The branching streams flow in the dark. To be attached to things is primordial illusion. To encounter the absolute is not yet enlightenment. All spheres, every sense and field, intermingle even as they shine alone, interacting even as they merge, yet keeping their places and expressions of their own. Sights differ primarily in shape and character, and sounds in harsh or soothing tones. The dark makes all words one. The brightness distinguishes good and bad phrases. The four elements return to their true nature as a child turns to its mother. Fire is hot, water is wet, wind moves and the earth is dense. Eye and form, ear and sound, nose and smell, tongue and taste, the sweet and sour, each independent of the other, like leaves that come from the same root. And though leaves and roots must go back to the source, both root and leaves have their own uses. Light is also darkness. Do not think of it as darkness. Darkness is light. Do not see it as light. Light and darkness are not one, not two, like the foot before and the foot behind in walking. Each thing has its own being, which is not different from its place and function. The relative meets the absolute as a box in its lid. The absolute meets the relative like two arrow points that touch in midair. Hearing this, simply perceive what is. Make no criterion. If you do not see the way, you do not see it even as you walk upon it. Walking forward in the way, you draw no nearer, progress no further. One who fails to see this truth is mountains and rivers away. Listen, those who would perceive this subtle matter. Live well your time by night and day. Buddha nature pervades the whole universe, reality existing right here now. In reciting the heart of the perfection of Great Wisdom Sutra and the identity of relative and absolute, we dedicate our sincere efforts to Shakyamuni Buddha Honored One, the historical Buddha and teacher, and to those ancestral teachers, Eihei Dogen Honored One, Soji Keizan Honored One, all successive Honored Ones up until Zuigaku Renpo Honored One, and Gudo Afu Honored One, and to all other Honored Ones throughout history, same yet diverse Honored Ones, whose names have been forgotten or left unsaid. We also dedicate these efforts to the three treasures, Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, to all awakened ones and teachers in all places and times. We especially seek tranquility and well-being for all creatures now suffering or ill in health. May they be serene through all their ills. May their lives be at peace and wisdom pervade the darkness of ignorance. We dedicate our hopes and aspirations to all victims of war and violence and natural events, to the injured and to all families touched by these tragedies, to the healing of hatred in all countries and among all peoples, to the wisdom and compassion of our world leaders, to the peace of the world and harmony of all beings. Thus let the harmful effects of words, thoughts, and actions be dispelled, and compassion bloom in perpetual spring. May we all realize and live the enlightened way together. Om Buddhas throughout space and time. Om Bodhisattvas, Mahasattvas, Maha Prajna Paramita.
A special dedication to my mentor who left this visible world this week, Mitch Doshin Cantor. We will be remembering him in the coming days. And also to all who left this visible world in this past year, all who love them. We dedicate everything we do in 2022 to them. Let us sit. Zazen. Can hit. Zazen? We will have a long kid hit. we will have a little talk and zazen for the new year. Take a moment and stretch. Give me a moment. Yes, everybody was up late last night in our house. Not overdoing a quiet New Year. My mother-in-law is here, and we called our son who's in school in the US. And Japanese broadcasting service has a little musical competition called the Kohaku every New Year with all the famous singers, and then they do a nationwide broadcast of the Joya no Kane, the 108 bells, like I posted. And we watched that, and then we played a board game and went to bed. Quiet New Year's are the best. And for you guys who are going to leave here after, if any of you are going out or watching this, remember, Zazen does not leave a hangover, right? Everything in moderation, right? We're not against the little champagne or whatever, but, you know, a little, just a little. And don't drive. No driving under the influence, of course. Okay, we're going to, I promised you a little magic today, and I'm going to deliver. But first, let's have the verse to open the sutras. Is Maino here?
It's going to be me, Jundo.
Ah, Shoka, good.
The Dharma, incomparably profound and infinitely subtle, is always encountered, yet rarely perceived. Now we see, hear, receive, and maintain this. May we all realize the Tathagata's true meaning. The Dharma, incomparably profound and infinitely subtle, is always encountered, yet rarely perceived. Now we see, hear, receive, and maintain this. May we all realize the Tathagata's true meaning. The Dharma, incomparably profound and infinitely subtle, is always encountered, yet rarely perceived. Now we see, hear, receive, and maintain this. May we all realize the Tathagata's true meaning.
Lovely, lovely. That was incomparable. We have a debate in our Sangha. We got two groups of people, the incomparably and the incomparably. We're going to take a little poll later. I don't know which is right, but I'm on the incomparably side, and but some of our priests are incomparably. But it's an incomparably beautiful New Year. And I want to again greet you here from 2022 in the future, which is just the present, which is just an auspicious day. But for our, you know, us Zen people, the wonder of Zen is we truly believe that every day, every moment within a moment is an auspicious New Year for us. Of course, it's a kind of artificial demarcation we make, that one more time around the sun, and some astronomer centuries ago figured out there's something special perhaps about today, though really the Chinese believed for centuries, and the Japanese, that the New Year's in February, which is why you have the Chinese New Year. So, it's all how you look at this. But we Zen folks pointed out that every moment, every instant is a time when you can make also new resolutions. Why not? Why does it have to be just today? Now, I'm a little proud, if I may say, even a Zen guy can be a little proud. I stuck to my diet last year. Pretty good. Pretty good. I can't say I didn't have, a little day, a little chocolate cake here and there. All right. When but pretty good. And every day since I got my vaccination last year, have been to the gym without missing. So, that's that is my resolution. But for this year, I like to keep resolutions that are easy to keep. So my resolution is just to keep sitting Zazen with all of you. You see, that's my resolution. And I'm so glad we are all here today. This is, if you ask me, one of the most beautiful ways to celebrate the passing of the year, being all together and just sitting here. Well, everybody is out running around trying to have a good time and find it. We know it's all just here, man. It's all just here. And if you go out and you have a good time too, it's there too. I said that, at the beginning, that for Zen people, New Year's is equanimous because we accept conditions. But there's a joy there. There's a joy. It's a different joy than most people go out and just want to get happy all the time. The champagne sure helps with that for a little while until the next morning. I admit that, right? Going to a party, no problem. A lot of fun, and enjoy the party when you're at the party. But we're joyous even when life is, how to say, as life is. This is the beauty of our way. Our equanimity is a strange equanimity, because equanimity seems to say that, oh, I'm just numb. I take it all. Whatever comes, I'm a stoic, just a stoic. But and I believe actually the ancient Greek Stoics, I've been corrected on this in the past, might have actually agreed with what I'm about to say. There was a lot of commonality between Zen and Stoicism. There's a joy in the Stoicism of accepting it all and going for the whole ride, man. So it's beautiful to be on this ride with you for one more year. Okay, now, as I said, I promised you magic. This is one of the most, how to say, out of this world sections of the already wild Vimalakirti Sutra, which is typical of all the Mahayana sutras, man. There's some real magic here. And I want to show you that this magic is real. Now, this is coming from me, who is, even in the Buddhist world, known for being kind of a stick in the mud skeptic. Okay? Guy comes to me, what do you think about crystals? Don't believe in them. What do you think about the Dharani chants? We chant that and it'll make the rain fall. I don't think so. I think the rain falls because of precipitation and all that stuff you learned in high school. Well, what do you think? This week, I immediately jumped on, someone said, the subject came up about the secret, that if you have the law of attraction, if you just think of something, it will come into your life. I said, I don't believe it. Don't believe it. I believe in a little positive thinking. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with a little positive thinking. But I don't believe that if I say, I want that promotion at work, I want that promotion at work, that is not going to bring it to you. It may help your attitude, but hard work, man, hard work. will get you that promotion, not any incantation, not any magic spell, not any amulet. Okay, so this is who this is coming from. But I am going to promise you that before this talk is over, you will realize that all the magic and wonder described in the Vimalakirti Sutra is as true can be. How? Okay, well, before we get reading it, I'm going to tell you a couple of ways right off. As I've said, I've had people come to me and say, I don't get these Mahayana sutras with these wild characters and all this stuff. I can't read that. So I say to them, where are you going this afternoon? Oh, we're going to binge watch Lord of the Rings on Netflix or Star Wars. I go, oh, wait a second. You don't get this? Oh, yeah, but Lord of the Rings is great, man. That's great. Now, then I say to him, well, is there a real message in Lord of the Rings? Oh, yeah. It's about greed. I want that ring. Precious. The whole thing with the ring and good versus evil, right? Is there a real? Yeah, there's a real message there. Okay. But here I don't get it. And I try to say, it's the same. In the past, maybe there was less of a border than we have now in our modern times between fiction, nonfiction. Though, admittedly, reading the news these days, people are getting it all confused again. Truth is relative. Whatever I think or somebody said on the internet must be true, even if my doctor says it's not true. No. Your doctor is true, and the guy on the internet is maybe not. Okay, so it's good to separate what is factual from what is just somebody's wild thinking. But again, in the past, it may not have been so clear. So when people had truths to express, they mixed the real world, as we say it, and legend and myth and magic, and trying to explain. They didn't have science, trying to explain why things are as they are. They realized some things, but they couldn't explain it, so they made up explanations, but to them they were real. When I was in France, I went down to the caves and saw the ancient cave paintings. I think they're 40,000 years old, give or take 10,000 years, something like that. And they wanted to catch an antelope, so the guy would draw an antelope with a human body and an antelope's head and a guy with a spear, because on the wall, it wasn't just art. They were doing some magic somehow to bring the antelope. Okay. It's real. Why is it real? They need to catch antelope to eat, to survive. And somehow that painting on the wall is conveying the truth that they want the antelope to come and be caught. So they honor the antelope and the power of the antelope. They're trying to understand. But there's a truth there about hunting and the need to survive. There are also truths here. What happened was, if you ask me, Buddhism discovered some real liberating, fantastic, and I use that in the word just like wonderful, fantastic ways to appreciate reality, to leap beyond suffering and our separation, and to feel the wholeness and flowing of all things. And it's so hard to convey. It's so hard to convey. And it's a little dull if you just say it straight, to be honest. But Buddhism found that it was perhaps easier to convey how fantastic this was if you did it in a fantastical way. We say fantasy, but I mean in a way that's fantastical, like a musical fantasy, like that. So all the decorations in Buddhist temples, you see, and all the wild doctrines often have to do with taking these kind of dry teachings and making them understandable or appeal to the heart in fantastic imagery. And that's, I think, what we're seeing here today. So let's get into it a little bit. And I'll try to show you this. Now, it starts off with one of the most famous scenes, the great musical chairs of Vimalakirti. At that time, Shariputra, observing that there were no seats in Vimalakirti's room, thought to himself, hey, all these bodhisattvas and major disciples, they're coming to the wedding. They all got invitations. Remember, he summoned everybody to come. So everybody and his uncle is coming, to the Vimalakirti's house, right? Where are they going to sit? And the rich man, Vimalakirti, knowing what was in his mind, said to Shariputra, hey, did you come here for the sake of the Dharma, or are you just looking for a place to sit? I came for the Dharma, not for a seat, said Shariputra. Now we're going to get back to the chairs in a bit, okay? But before we do that, I want to show you something here. This again is how Mahayana Buddhism and the Vimalakirti Sutra gives us everything we want when we stop looking for it. So if we jump ahead, Shariputra and everybody else are going to get their seat. Okay? When they stop looking for a place to sit. It's a little bit like I say that if you want to find your true home, stop looking, where's my true home? Where will I feel at home? And just be at home here. How are you at home here? By resting your heart here. Now that's magic. That's magic. So we're going to see now that all the teachings of Buddhism are not thrown out. They're discovered, they're found again when we stop running after them, grasping after them. All right, let me read this section. Ah, Shariputra, a seeker of the Dharma does not seek it through attachment to the Buddha. You do not seek it through attachment to the Dharma. You do not seek it through attachment to the order, the Sangha. And he goes on, a seeker of Dharma does not seek it through a recognition of suffering. He's reading the Four Noble Truths here. You do not seek it through renunciation of attachments. You do not seek it through realization of how to end attachments. You do not seek it through practice of the way. Why? The Dharma is ultimately without formulation and without verbalization. Now let me say this again. Where's Buddha? Rest your heart. No need to say anything. But right here. How do I end my suffering? I'm seeking and grasping after ending suffering. Stop the seeking. Open your hands and stop the grasping and rest. And suffering flies away, I guess. You see, it's the seeking and the grasping itself that is the cause of our suffering. It is the seeking and grasping after things, including the Buddha, including the teachings, which is why we cannot realize the Buddha and teachings. Our practice is to put down the seeking, put down the grasping, Now, people ask me, how old is Shikantaza Zazen? I say as old as all this, because that's it. When it says here, don't seek, don't be attached, don't grasp, don't run after things. What are we doing in Zazen? Sitting in our equanimity, not seeking anything but Zazen itself. That's the reason. Don't grasp anything. Just lightly hold your hands together and sit. You see? This is how old Shikantaza Zazen is. This is why. Our practice is like this, and I'm always talking about no place to go, nothing more to attain. Just this is the only doing to do because of this. How much more magic can I give you than that? Really? Now, let's see a little more. Now, of course, this is, as soon as I explain it, it's like explaining chicken soup or explaining swimming. Well, the explaining, what is chicken soup? I can explain to you. You take a chicken, you put it in a pot, you put some water, that's chicken soup. No, you got to taste the chicken soup. I can't describe swimming to you. You got to jump in the pool. It's the same here. So our way, we say, is not just talking about this. You have to experience the non-seeking, experience the liberation of all this. So he says, whoever verbalizes, suffering should be recognized. Attachment should be eliminated. Cessation should be realized. The path should be practiced. Is not really interested in the Dharma, but is just interested in verbalization. Don't just talk about chicken soup. Cook up that soup and taste it for yourself. Maybe as a Buddhist, people say, well, you shouldn't be talking about chickens. But I always remind people, we're not quite as vegetarian as people think. So, but if you want to substitute tofu, fine. Cook up the tofu soup and taste it for yourself. Okay? Now, furthermore, Reverend Sariputra, the Dharma is without taint and free of defilement. He who is attached to anything, even to liberation, is not interested in the Dharma, but is interested in the taint of desire. The Dharma is naturally untainted, but when you desire anything, you're causing suffering. I want is the cause of suffering, including I want liberation. I want liberation. Well, give up the I want part, and guess what? My job is done. Let's close Treeleaf. All go home. Really? If people could only get that. So we sit, again, the root of Shikantaza. We sit dropping desire for anything but sitting. Sitting is the fulfillment of the desire to sit. You desire to sit and you're sitting, therefore your desire is satisfied. And there is not one more thing during the time of sitting to desire in the whole world. Shikantaza. And here's the source. The Dharma is not an object. It's not, again, a thing to get. We desire that thing. We're going to get back here in a second to the wholeness of all. He who pursues and chases after and desires objects is not interested in the Dharma, but is interested in objects. The Dharma is without acceptance or rejection. Now, I said at the beginning that Happy New Year. Akimashite omedetou gozaimasu. It's an auspicious day. But we Zen people also take it with the equanimity of not pushing anything away and not chasing after anything. Now, people often, again, I got to put my little footnote for people who haven't caught on here. But Jim, that's my actual name. I said my real name. Wait a second. Oop, that's like Batman saying, Bruce Wayne. Wait a second. I'm not supposed to say, I'm Jundo. How can we live without desire or likes and dislikes? And I always remind people in the footnotes, we do both. Over here, no desire. Over here, we need desire to be human beings and get up in the morning. I desired to come here and be with you guys. I desired to put my pants on today. I desire. But over here, no desires. No desires. Zero. Zilch. But no desire over here. All satisfied. But over here, man, oh boy. You know, I know I suddenly want chicken soup for lunch. Over here, over here, goals. I got my two heads of my sides of my brain mixed up. Over here, goals. Over here, no goals. Like that. He who pursues objects is not interested in the Dharma, but is interested in objects. The Dharma is without acceptance or rejection. So this year, may you have a happy year, but also know the peace of no acceptance. That means no demanding, no likes and no dislikes, as I often say. No rejection, even the bitter parts. And we've had people in 2021 who had some bitterness. And in 2022, I'm sorry to tell you, there will be days that are not so sweet. No rejection. We are grateful for all of it. We're weirdos in the Buddhist world here. We're grateful for even the things that usually in life we're not grateful for. We take them. Over here, over here, I'm grateful. Over here, man, it sucks lemons. But over here, no rejection. And when you put these two together, that's a Buddha's wisdom and the eye, okay? He who holds on to things or lets go of things, that should actually be he who grabs things or pushes things away, I think would be a better translation. He who grabs things or pushes things away is not interested in the Dharma, but is interested in grabbing or pushing away. The Dharma is not a secure refuge. Okay, now wait a second, there's always a catch-22 here, like getting your chair by not getting your chair, okay? Finding your true home by not looking, where's my true home? The Dharma is not a secure refuge. Therefore, Shariputra, if one would be a seeker of the Dharma, one must not seek anything at all. And guess what happens when one lets go of the seeking? It is the securest of securest refuges, because there's no place to fall. There's no place else to go. That's not, this is the great safety net. I used to go to the circus, and the trapeze guy would miss every once in a while and he'd fall in the net. You're already in the net. Indra's net. Ah, I made it funny. Indra's net. We're going to talk about all the different connection. You fall out of the trapeze of life, and in Buddhism, in Zen, you fall into Indra's net, which you've been in all along. Which now let's get to the funky chair part, okay? And again, this is, I think the old Zen folks, I don't know, maybe they were like a little bored too. I got to turn on Netflix and watch Lord of the Rings later, because it's entertaining. I think this was a way, it's a little bit entertainment, but also it's spiritual entertainment. It's entertainment with a message. I read some Japanese manga, comic books, right? Some of them are dumb. I don't like those. They're just stupid fantasy stories with swords. Nah. Some of them are so profound, they're great literature, great world-class literature. Because there's meaning, and there's true, a real lesson and learning there. It's like that here too. Don't let the wildness of this hide the message. The wildness is a way to convey this incredible. Let me put it to you this way. Some of Buddhism, if I were to explain this to you straight, is as boring as an oil change or physics. Okay? I've read, if you watch a video of an oil change on the TV, on the YouTube, TV, I'm old, sorry, YouTube, or something about physics, the mathematics, right past me. But if I turn on Dr. Tyson, who makes it entertaining to discuss quarks and black holes, he's funny. I love it. He's entertaining. Put in some special effects, and suddenly the mysteries of the universe become clear. I read Stephen Hawking's book, you know, the time thing. Boy, but give me some of these guys who learned, you know, to express it in a way that even a lunkhead like me can get it, and it becomes. I think that's what's going on here. This was a way to get the message across to people who, if you just said it straight, it would be boring as the math and physics or watching a documentary about an oil change on your car. That's why it's so fantastic, I think. Okay. So the rich man Vimalakirti then exercised his transcendental powers, and at once the Buddha dispatched 32,000 lion seats. Tall, broad, 32,000 is one of those numbers which means, you know, just infinite lion seats. Tall, broad, adorned and pure, and had them brought into Vimalakirti's room, where the bodhisattvas, major disciples, the Indras, Brahmas, and the 4 heavenly kings, and the others saw something they had never seen before. Now, what are Indras, Brahmas? This was India. The Buddhism, you know, pulled in all the local Indian gods, brought them into the family, you know, to try to enrich it. But people say to me, I don't get that about all the Indian gods and all that. I said, what are you going to watch later? Lord of the Rings. You like it's got dragons. Oh, dragons! I love the dragons and the elves. The elves. I get about the elves. Yeah, and Frodor. He's a hobbit. What's a hobbit? I don't even know what a hobbit is. They got hairy feet. I don't know, but he's a hobbit. That I get. Okay, but can you get this about Indras and Brahm? No, I don't get that. I don't get that. It's the same. Okay, it's like the bar scene from Star Wars. Okay, all right. And the others saw something they had never seen before, because the room was broad and spacious enough to hold all these 32,000 lion seats without the slightest crowding or hindrance. The city of Vashmali and Jumbabibipapa and the others of the 4 continents too seemed to be in no way cramped. Okay, so all these guys are coming, this room, this little tiny room, is suddenly vast, and the Buddhists used to think the earth was flat with Mounts Sumedha. I'm suddenly having my name problem. I have a name issue. But it had 5 continents, okay? It's flat with 5 continents. So they didn't know everything. So they thought the earth was flat. Some people these days, by the way, I saw the document, some people still agree with these guys. I don't know. The earth is not flat. But anyway, what he's saying is, even with all this, the whole town, nobody's crowded, everybody's fitting in. At that time, Vimalakirti said to Manjusri, sit down in one of the lion seats and grab a pretzel and make yourself at home. And the bodhisattvas and other distinguished persons also sat down, but when they did, they had to assume bodies suitable to the size of the seat. So the Buddha makes them, they're all huge because the chairs are huge. So these guys literally become 1,000-mile long, big, and they're all fitting in Vimalakirti's room. It's just crazy. Then the bodhisattvas had acquired transcendental powers, thereupon immediately transformed their shapes and making themselves 42 yohanas tall. I'm telling you, that's thousands of miles big, each one. Okay, these guys. All right, their head would be up to like Jupiter somewhere. You know, they're just way up there. And they sat down in their non-seats. Does it say non-seats? Yeah, they sat in their, or iron seats. Well, it's whatever it says. So layman, I have never seen such a thing. Oh my God. Oh my Buddha, I guess you should say. A little room like this, and still it can hold seats as tall and broad as these, and the city of Vaishali is in no way crowded or obstructed, nor are any of the towns or villages in the whole world. Ba ba ba. And their palaces of the heavenly beings are fine, and the dragon kings, we got dragons here too, just like Lord of the Rings. Okay, dragon kings are here. And Vimalakirti said, Sharaputra, don't make a big deal about it. The Buddhas and Bodhisattvas have an emancipation that is called beyond comprehension. When a Bodhisattva dwells in this emancipation, he can take something as tall and broad as Mount Sumeru. That was it, Sumeru, my name issue. Sumeru is the mountain. That's the whole, basically, Mount Everest probably, but it's basically as big as the biggest thing in the universe. The whole universe was pretty much Mount Sumeru, and we were living at the foothills of Mount Sumeru. Okay, and he can put it in a mustard seed without enlarging one or shrinking the other. Okay, now, in other words, he's put the whole universe in a mustard seed. You would think the mustard seeds is in the universe, but no, the universe is in the seed. And he did this without making one big or small, and each still has its original shape. This is the serious part for us. Only those destined for enlightenment shall be able to see that Sumeru has been put in a mustard seed. This is called dwelling in the doctrine of the emancipation beyond comprehension. Or again, the Bodhisattva can take the waters of the 4 great oceans and pour them into the opening that holds a single hair. Let me pull one. Ow. And the whole ocean is there. And they mean really. Okay, now even Dr. Tyson might have trouble with that. What does it mean? But maybe not. I'm going to get to that in a second. And anyway, everybody fits in there, and all the wild creatures, the Asuras and the dragons and the hobbits, and they're all in there. The elves, everybody's in the hair. Okay, and Shariputra, he can take the sun, the moon, the stars, the constellations that belong to the worlds in the 10 directions, and make them go into a pore of a single hair. Okay, now, first off, about these wild names like Asuras and spirits. So I looked up, where in the brain do we get our sense of dimensionality and space? Right now, you're looking out the eyes, convinced that you're really seeing me, and you know you're looking at a screen. So all you know, I can tell you right now, you're looking at dots on a screen. You know, I know it looks like me, and I'm here, I think. But first off, you get the point that you're looking at photons coming off a screen that are going in your retina, that are translated into electrochemical signals, which go up to your brain. And you are, I'm sorry to tell you this, looking at a model of reality, which we hope may bear some resemblance to something, but basically the colors, the dimensions, oh, I like Naiko. Viveka, I can't stand Shoka. She's okay. No, Viveka, I was just kidding. Don't take it personally. Don't take it personally. Oh, he's laughing. I just did that because he was sitting there so seriously, and so I was like, I gotta laugh out. Okay, good. Okay, Bjorn, we love Onkai. I love you all. Sekishi. Okay. So here we're dealing with Asuras and everything. I'm going to run a little long today. I'm trying not to go too long. So I looked up on the internet, but where in the brain do we actually get the sense of time, dimension, and relative size? And here's the words I came up with. And to me, I understand Hobbit more than I understand these words. Frontal cortex, I got that part. The precuneus, the superior parietal lobule, and the interparietal sulcus. Okay, so here's what's happening. Zazen is doing something to your interparietal sulcus to make you appreciate size and dimension differently when you do Zazen. And people say, well, I've never experienced this. I don't know if it's possible for everyone. Some people have frankly had it, man, back in the day, you know, when they, you know, were listening to the Grateful Dead, you know what I mean? They may have, oh, time and dimension, man, the floor is moving, you know, like that. I'm not saying we don't support that. I'm just saying that it also messes up. It's a monkey wrench that gets tossed up here in the between the ears and does things to our vision of space and time. If you do, and I'm talking from firsthand experience now, if you do Zazen, here's my broken sleeve. Please ignore this. I ripped my sleeve today. Please ignore me. Here. Of course, you've been practicing long enough, you get the idea that the separation of this and that and me and you somehow softens. And we realize that my separation from all things somehow softens. But there's also an aspect to it, a taste that I want to call an interflowing. Oh, okay, I get that. The tree outside flows into me and I flow into the tree. Okay, now you're starting to get there, okay? You can go a little further with this. The tree is you in the ground over there, and I am the tree sitting here giving a talk. What? Okay, I can make this a little understandable. Everybody raise your right hand and say your name. And you can say, this is, right hand. This is, let's say Nico. I'm going to say Nico. This is Nico. Right hand is Nico, right? Well, it's not somebody else's hand, it's Nico. Okay? Raise your left hand. This is Nico. Oh, wait a second. This is like how I am to all reality? Oh, okay. Now, wait. I'm not done though. Since the right hand is Nico and the left hand is Nico, get this. The left hand is the right hand on the left. Oh, wait, my dyslexia is kicking in here. And the right hand is the left hand on the right. Maybe because I'm dyslexic and my problem with names, maybe it's all connected to why I kind of get Buddhism a little. I don't know. There may be something. I like to say Paris is London, that is the capital of France, and London is Paris, that is the capital of England. And this is how we see all of reality. And it also goes a little further. The famous poem about it all of space, what is it? Everything in a mustard seed. You know the one, that poem. Well, we'll post it later, right? We actually believe it. And I'm going to go back to my little physics here. I'm not one to say that, Buddhism backs up physics or physics backs up Buddhism at all. But let us go back to the singularity that began supposedly at the beginning of time. I got this from Dr. Tyson, not from the book with all the math, because I didn't understand all the math. This is like, what I get from watching the Discovery Channel. Okay, so it is possible that we think, how is the whole universe stuffed in there? It was all stuffed in there. And then it kind of popped out like clowns from a circus car, and we had the great expansion, and it went incredible. Like the entire size of the visible universe was like, a fraction of a fraction of a fraction to the 87th power of 1 second. And suddenly the whole universe popped out of the clown car. How did that work? Well, because what we're reading here may be closer to the truth than you think. First off, not everything popped out of the clown car. Something happened where maybe some original something double, tripled, like the cells make a baby when after conception, the cells double, triple, right? That may be a kind of fundamental factor of the universe. Somehow, not everything was stuffed in there. Just one thing became 2 things, 4 things, 8 things, 16, 32, 64, 128. I could keep going. That's about as far as I can go. And it did that at incredible speed, except who's got a stopwatch, on the universe? Think about this. Time literally doesn't matter because there were no clocks yet. Fast and slow, it's hard to get, but fast and slow kind of doesn't matter if nobody's holding the checkered flag to get to the end. We say sometimes that this is the present, the past was the present then, And the future will be the present tomorrow, just like Naiko's left hand is the right hand on the left, and the right hand is the left hand on the right. Tomorrow is yesterday tomorrow, and yesterday is the present yesterday, which is all the same thing. Now, how big is the universe? Here's another thing. Really big, maybe compared to you. But if you step outside the universe, it's not big or small. It's like, the old science fiction story. Is it an atom in a giant's kitchen table? Like Rod Serling, The Twilight Zone, and we go back, the universe is like an atom in the table because the giant is sitting there having his coffee and we're all in his table. But there's no giant. There's no table. There's nothing to measure. The universe is neither big nor small. Now, you may feel small compared to the universe, but I'd like to say, is an ant bigger than an elephant? Well, if you get really close to the ant and you're the ant, it's pretty big. And if I put up my thumb, I cover the whole moon. Anyway, I don't want to get into this. I just want to say here that there may be more about size and speed and interpenetration of things, and the left hand being the right hand, like you are the whole universe. The whole universe. How to put this? Okay, now Naiko's left hand was Naiko and the right hand was Naiko, but we also feel all of Naiko is in her fingertip. And all of Naiko, sorry to pick on you today, Naiko, all of Naiko is in every hair of her head. She's one of the few people here with hair, by the way. All of people here with hair, no offense, Bion, no offense. Happy New Year. Okay. So we believe every part of Naiko is in every atom of Naiko. And that's not so hard to get. If I take a little bit, if I pull her ear, that's Naiko. If I tap her nose, Naiko. All of Naiko, all of Naiko. And this, my friends, is your relationship, your identity. Identity with space and time. Literally, the entire universe does fit inside every atom of you, because there's no inside or outside like that. Okay, I started off the year with a little magic and blow in your mind, I hope. That's all I got. Any questions? Somebody make use of this wonderful miracle we have here too, of being together across the world. Anything? Nope. I've left you once again speechless. What was that? Okay. All right, Shoka, would you close us up?
May the merits of these teachings penetrate into each thing in all places, so that we and every sentient being together may realize the Buddha's way. All Buddhas throughout space and time. All Bodhisattvas, Mahasattvas, Maha Prajna Paramita.
Happy New Year again, everybody, which is just the present, which is tomorrow. We're going to sit a very short zazen, and then we will have our Year of the Tiger hokey pokey. Just, you can sit where you are. Just don't look for your seat. Did you come here for a seat? Just sit. Oh, that connects too. Just sit. You didn't come here for a seat. Yeah, I got that. Okay, just sit. See, Zazen too, long is short and short is long. Remember that. Every moment of Zazen is all of it. Okay. Now, we're going to have our first for 2022 here, Year of the Tiger, Hokey Pokey. Please, everyone, please join us. Give this old guy a second to get up. We begin in Gasho, you know. Gasho.
The Hokey Pokey.
You put your right hand in, you put your right hand out, you put your right hand in and you shake it all about. You do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself around. That's what it's all about.
It's all about the hands again, the hands.
You put your left hand in, you put your left hand out, you put your left hand in and you shake it all about.
You do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself around. That's what it's all about. You put your right foot in, you put your right foot out, you put your right foot in and you shake it all about. You do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself around. That's what it's all about.
You put your left foot in, you put your left foot out, you put your left foot in and you shake it all about.
You do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself around. That's what it's all about. You put your whole self in, you put your whole self out, you put your whole self in and you shake it all about. You do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself around. That's what it's all about.
Okay, now I got to get serious for a second. You see, this is the message of the hokey pokey. Again, it's the right hand and the left hand are all just the one great universe doing the hokey pokey. I'm telling you. Okay. Anyway, Zazen. we will have a nice long kinhin. We will now recite the metaverses, followed by, I don't know, Zazen. Okay, we're going to do our extra special power metaverses right now because as we enter 2022, boy, I think the world really needs this. Of course, all our recitations of meta or for the whole world, and they're all special, extra power, everything we can throw into them. But let's hope that the world really gets this message about satisfaction. I said, you know, we're about equanimity and accepting conditions as they are. But if you look at so much that's going on in the world, all the tensions and conflicts in society, it's all about people who seem to be very dissatisfied with a lot of stuff. That doesn't mean that there aren't problems we need to fix. We do need to fix things in society, of course. Many wrongs and injustices and inequalities still to fix, but don't have to be so angry about it. More cooperative, working together would be nice, right? Understanding the other fella and that kind of thing. So that's one of the reasons we recite for the difficult people. It helps us understand that the most difficult person is suffering the most. Usually the uglier their behavior, the more pain there is inside. So that's why we chant even for the difficult folks. And we can chant for ourselves because, boy, we need a good deal of equanimity. The subject came up about the metaverses on a Facebook group. Where did they come from? And they're originally from South Asian Buddhism, not really traditionally from Japanese or Chinese Buddhism, but it's just a beautiful thing because, you know, the Japanese, it can be a little samurai and tough, and this brought a little more emphasis on the soft, the caring side, and that's one of the reasons they've become so popular, especially in American Zen. Just a beautiful chant, a beautiful thought, and it is an affirmation. It's a way when we affirm these words, we change our own heart too. Okay, enough. It's a visualization. I'll recite it. I think you know it. And we begin with ourselves. May I be free of suffering. May I feel safe and still. May I be free of enmity. Enmity means hate. May I be loving. Feel that loving. Feel that loving. Loving all of you. Here, everybody, take your gasho and do this. Blow in the kiss. Blow those kisses out there. Okay. May I be loving, grateful. Here. Now do this. Bring it all in. Bring it all in. We're just grateful. We're accepting it all. Accepting it all. Grateful. Okay. And then we're kind. Kind. Give with an open hand. Give. We're kind. May I be healthy and at ease in all my ills. May I be at peace. Peace. Embracing all conditions. Even the ones that suck lemons. All conditions of life. Okay. All right. Now, for someone we love, and it can be more than one person. May they be free of suffering. May they feel safe and still. May they be free of enmity. May they be loving, grateful, kind. May they be healthy and at ease in all their ills. May they be at peace, embracing all conditions of life. Now, we're going to chant for a friend, and I've decided I'm chanting for all of you, just so you know. If you feel something funny, it's because it's all that metta is pouring in. Okay? All of Treeleaf folks. May they be free of suffering. May they feel safe and still. May they be free of enmity. May they be loving, grateful, kind. May they be healthy and at ease in all their ills. May they be at peace, embracing all conditions of life. Okay? Now for a stranger, somebody who's such a stranger that maybe you don't even remember them. How do you chant for somebody you don't remember? That's tough, but I'm going to do it anyway. The person I passed in a parking lot today who was there that I don't even notice, so I don't know if they were there, but you get my point. May he be free of suffering. May he feel safe and still. May he be free of enmity. May he be loving, grateful, and kind. May he be healthy and at ease in all his ills. May he be at peace, embracing all conditions of life. Okay, now the difficult person, the person who has done harm to us or the world, with the idea that the more harm they've done, probably the more inside something is very wrong. And if they truly knew peace, if they truly knew health, mental health, if they truly knew contentment, they wouldn't do that or have done that like that. So let's see. May he be free of suffering. May he feel safe and still. May he be free of enmity, big time. May he be loving, grateful, and kind. May he be healthy and at ease in all his ills. May he be at peace, embracing all conditions of life. Okay? And now let's chant for the whole world and then some. All sentient beings. May we be free of suffering. May we feel safe and still during this new year and always. May we be free of enmity everywhere in the world. May we be loving as a species, grateful and kind human beings. and all sentient beings. May we be healthy and at ease in all our ills. May we be at peace, embracing all conditions of life. All right. Well, as Vimalakirti would have said, pull up a seat and let's sit a little more zazen. At the end, I won't be ringing the bells. What we'll be doing, we'll have a giant ball dropping down, followed by fireworks. Just kidding about that part. We will now recite the verse of atonement and the 4 vows. Can you hear my oil heater do Love Me Tender? Does that come through the microphone there? I love that.
All harmful acts, words, and thoughts ever committed by me since of old, on account of beginningless greed, anger, and ignorance, born of my body, mouth, and mind, now I atone for them all. To save all sentient beings, though beings numberless, to transform all delusions, though delusions inexhaustible, to perceive reality, though reality is boundless, to attain the enlightened way, a way non-attainable, to save all sentient beings, though beings numberless, to transform all delusions, though delusions inexhaustible, to perceive reality, though reality is boundless, to attain the enlightened way, a way non-attainable, to save all sentient beings, though beings numberless, to transform all delusions, though delusions inexhaustible, to perceive reality, though reality is boundless, to attain the enlightened way, a way non-attainable.
Well, lovely, lovely. Again, another message from here in the future. For any of you hesitating about jumping into 2022 and want to stay in 2021, make the leap. So far, it's very nice here, very good. And I use my psychic powers to say it's going to be a very good year. And I wish you all a peace and all my love. So happy New Year, everyone. And see you all in 2022. Demetrius, I'm not sure where you are, but Happy New Year to you too. See you guys. Bye-bye. Thanks, Sexy.